Hello, wanderer. In the silence of the night, tonight I invite you into a forgotten story, one whispered through shadows in hidden alleys. But this isn't a tale of knights and castles. It's a story of narrow streets where danger lurked around every corner, and darkness guarded ancient secrets. Dim the lights. Maybe light a candle, because what you're about to hear isn't just an echo from another time. It's the quiet whisper of a danger that still breathes in forgotten corners. There were once streets, even moonlight feared to touch, places where footsteps quickened, and shadows watched your every move, alleys where whispers became threats, and the night itself held its breath. To truly understand these streets, history alone won't be enough. You have to feel it. But before we begin, let me ask you something. Where in the world are you listening from? And what time is it there? Sometimes, in the stillness of night, sharing a moment with someone far away is its own kind of magic. If history isn't just facts to you, if you sometimes sense the shadows of the past, don't forget to like and subscribe, because these stories stay alive. Close your eyes now and let yourself drift back through the mists of time. Take a slow, deep breath and feel your body settling into the darkness. You are walking now through the narrow, twisting back alleys of a medieval city where shadows hold secrets, and every corner whispers of hidden stories. The cobblestones beneath your feet are slick with evening dew, worn smooth by centuries of hurried footsteps. These alleys were not meant for merchants or nobles. They belonged to those who lived in the spaces between, the forgotten corners where real life unfolded, in all its raw beauty and terrible honesty. I remember the first time I wandered into these forgotten passages. The main streets had grown, quiet as the cathedral bells tolled the hour of vespers. But here, the night was just beginning. Candlelight flickered behind shuttered windows, casting dancing shadows on weathered brick walls that had witnessed more secrets than any confessional. The air carried scents of wood smoke and leather, of bread baking in hidden ovens, and herbs drying in forgotten gardens. But underneath it all was something else, something that spoke of lives lived fully in the darkness, of passion and violence, of prayers whispered in languages the church had tried to erase. These alleys twisted like the thoughts of a dreaming mind, leading deeper into the heart of the city's hidden soul. Each turn revealed new wonders, new horrors, new possibilities. A doorway carved with symbols that predated Christianity, a well that bubbled with water from springs that had been sacred to the old gods, a wall stained with blood from a duel fought over a woman's honor. In one narrow passage, barely wide enough for two people to pass, I witnessed something that changed my understanding of these ancient streets. Two figures emerged from the shadows, their voices low and urgent. I pressed myself against the cold stone wall, feeling the rough texture against my back, listening to their whispered conversation. "The ritual must be completed before dawn," one said, his voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. "The veil between worlds grows thin in these old places, where so much blood has been spilled, where so many prayers have been whispered into the darkness." As they disappeared into the labyrinth of alleys, I followed at a distance, drawn by curiosity and something deeper, something that called to the hidden parts of my soul. My footsteps echoed softly on the wet stones, each sound seeming to awaken whispers from the walls themselves. These back streets had seen everything: birth and death, love and betrayal, sacred ceremonies and unspeakable acts, all of it woven together into the fabric of this ancient place, creating a tapestry of human experience that no cathedral could contain. I passed a small shrine tucked into an alcove, where candles burned before a statue I couldn't identify, neither Christian saint nor pagan deity, but something that seemed to embody both traditions. An old woman knelt before it, her lips moving in silent prayer, her weathered hands clutching a rosary made of bones instead of beads. Further along, I glimpsed through a cracked door into a basement workshop, where a man worked by candlelight, hammering intricate patterns into metal, creating armor that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. His face was scarred, marked by fire or acid, but his eyes held the focused intensity of one who had found his true calling. In the darkness, the alley opened into a small courtyard, hidden from the world above, by overhanging buildings that nearly touched each other across the narrow space. Here, in this forgotten pocket of the city, I discovered that the true heart still beat. People gathered in the shadows, some seeking redemption, others embracing their darker nature, all of them searching for something they couldn't find in the daylight world. Around the edges of the courtyard, I noticed other watchers, figures half hidden in doorways and behind pillars, all drawn to this place by the same mysterious pull that had brought me here. We were all pilgrims of sorts, seekers of truth, in a world that had forgotten what truth looked like. A cat slinked across the cobblestones, its eyes reflecting the scattered candlelight, like green stars. It paused to look at me, and in that moment I felt it was judging my worthiness to witness what was about to unfold. After a long moment, it seemed to approve and disappeared into the shadows. With the fluid grace of smoke, the courtyard's centerpiece was an ancient well, its stone rim carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change in the flickering light. The opening was covered by an iron grate, but I could hear water moving far below, a sound like whispered secrets flowing through the earth itself. As I settled into my hiding place, I noticed the way the shadows seemed to move independently of their sources, creating patterns that spoke of intelligence, of purpose, of ancient awareness that had been sleeping in these stones for centuries. As I watched from the shadows, 3 figures entered the courtyard. Their movements were purposeful, almost ceremonial. The first was a woman in a dark cloak, her face marked by years of hardship, but her eyes bright within a fire. Around her neck hung a pendant that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating a small void against her throat. Behind her came 2 men, one young and eager, his hand resting on the hilt of a dagger whose blade had been blackened by flame. The other, old and weathered like the stones around us, his staff topped with a crystal that pulsed with faint blue light. They formed a circle around the ancient well, and I could feel the air in the courtyard change, becoming thicker, more charged, as if a storm were approaching from somewhere beyond the visible world. The woman began to speak, her voice carrying across the courtyard like a gentle incantation. In these alleys, we find truth, not the truth of churches or courts, but the truth that lives in blood and bone, in the spaces between heartbeats, in the moment when day surrenders to night, and the old powers remember their names. As she spoke, candles began to appear around the courtyard, not lit by any hand I could see, but igniting spontaneously as if responding to her words. The flames burned in colors I had never seen before, deep purples and silver blues, casting shadows that seemed to dance with purpose. The young man stepped forward, drawing his blackened blade and placing it across his palms. "I offer my strength," he said. I watched as a single drop of blood fell from his hands onto the stone, where it hissed and steamed as if the ground itself were hungry for it. The old man raised his staff, and the crystal at its tip began to glow brighter, illuminating symbols carved into the courtyard's walls that I hadn't noticed before. They seemed to writhe and shift, telling stories in a language that bypassed the mind and spoke directly to the soul. "I offer my wisdom," he intoned. Lightning, not from any storm, but from the crystal itself, arced down to strike the iron grate covering the well. The metal began to glow, and slowly, impossibly, it began to melt away, revealing the dark opening beneath. The woman stepped to the edge of the well, and I could see that her eyes had changed, no longer brown or blue, but silver, like mirrors reflecting moonlight. "I offer my sight," she whispered. Suddenly, the courtyard was filled with shapes that hadn't been there before. Transparent figures, dozens of them, moving through the space like memories given form. I recognized some of them, the old woman from the shrine, the scarred metalworker, others I had glimpsed in doorways and shadows during my wandering. But these were not the living. These were the echoes of all who had died in these alleys. The spectral figures began to circle the well, their movements creating a slow, hypnotic dance. As they moved, they began to sing, not with voices, but with a harmony that seemed to come from the stones themselves, a song of longing and loss, of love that transcended death. Suddenly, the peaceful gathering was shattered. Heavy footsteps echoed from the alley entrance, accompanied by the clank of mail and the scrape of steel on stone. 3 armed men burst into the courtyard, their faces twisted with anger and righteous fury, their weapons gleaming with blessed oil. The leader pointed his sword at the woman, and I could see that the blade had been inscribed with holy verses, words of power meant to banish demons and protect the faithful. "Witch," he spat, his voice carrying the authority of the church and the fear of a man who had seen too much. "You corrupt this holy city with your blasphemous rituals. You traffic with demons and make mockery of God's sacred order." But the woman did not flinch. Instead, she smiled, a smile that held centuries of wisdom and pain, of knowledge earned through suffering and loss. "Fear makes fools of learned men," she said softly, her voice somehow audible despite the ghostly singing that continued around the well. "What you call corruption, I call remembering. These stones have seen worse things than prayer. They have drunk the blood of innocence. They have witnessed the burning of wisdom. They have felt the weight of bodies thrown from windows by men who claimed to serve God." The tension in the courtyard was palpable, thick as fog, heavy as stone. The young man beside the woman stepped forward, his hand moving to the dagger at his belt, but his movements were fluid, controlled, like a dancer preparing for a performance. "There's no need for violence," he said, but his voice carried an edge that suggested otherwise. "We harm no one. We simply honor the old ways, the ways that existed before your church claimed dominion over every shadow, every dream, every whispered prayer." The old man with the staff remained silent, but I could see power gathering around him, the air shimmering like heat waves, the crystal atop his staff pulsing brighter with each heartbeat. The leader of the armed men raised his sword, and I could see that his hands were trembling, not from fear, but from the strain of maintaining his grip on a weapon that seemed to have developed a will of its own. "You bring weapons to a place of power," the woman whispered, her voice seeming to come from everywhere at once. "These alleys have drunk the blood of 1,000 conflicts. They remember every act of violence, every moment of cruelty, and they do not forget." The stones beneath our feet began to vibrate, subtly at first, then with increasing intensity. The ancient well at the center of the courtyard began to emit a low, resonant hum, as if something deep below was awakening, something that had been sleeping for centuries. What happened next defied all understanding. The leader's sword didn't just fall from his hand, it dissolved, the blessed metal returning to the earth from which it had been drawn centuries ago. The holy verses inscribed on it hung in the air for a moment, glowing letters that slowly faded like dying embers. The woman stepped forward, her cloak flowing around her like liquid shadow. When she spoke, her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the stones, from the air, from the very fabric of reality itself. "You came seeking to destroy," she said, and I could hear the weight of ages in her words. "But destruction is not the nature of these alleys. They transform, they transmute, they take what is broken and make it whole again, though not always in ways that the living world can understand." The three armed men found themselves unable to move, not paralyzed by fear, but held by something far more powerful. The very shadows seemed to wrap around them, gentle but implacable, like the embrace of sleep itself or death. I watched in amazement as their faces began to change. The anger melted away, replaced by something deeper, older, more human. It was as if they were remembering something they had forgotten, something that had been taken from them by years of following orders, of believing without questioning. "I had a sister once," the leader whispered, his voice cracking with emotion. "She was like you. She could see things, feel things, and I let them burn her. I let them burn her because I was afraid, because I thought it was God's will." The woman approached him, her hand extended in compassion rather than conquest. As she drew near, I could see that her face had changed too, the hardness softening, revealing features that spoke of great beauty worn by great suffering. "The dead do not seek revenge," she said gently, her voice now warm as summer rain. "They seek remembrance. They seek to have their stories told, their sacrifices acknowledged. They seek to know that their deaths meant something, that their lives mattered." The courtyard filled with more whispers, but these were different from before, warmer, more welcoming, as if the spirits of all who had died in these alleys were gathering to witness this moment of healing, this rare instance of understanding between the living and the dead. The young man who had been ready to fight now knelt beside the well, his blackened dagger forgotten on the stones. He pressed his hands against the ancient masonry, and I could see tears flowing down his face. "I can feel them," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. All of them. Everyone who ever lived and died in these streets. Their stories are still here, waiting to be heard, waiting to be honored. The old man who had stood silently throughout the confrontation finally spoke, his voice carrying the weight of years and the wisdom of one who had walked between worlds. "I have walked these alleys for 50 years, he said, leaning heavily on his staff. "I have seen the best and worst of human nature played out in these shadows, and I have learned that the darkness is not something to be feared, but something to be embraced. For it is in the darkness that we find our truest selves." The three former attackers were no longer enemies but pilgrims, seekers of truth, who had found their way to this hidden sanctuary. They sat in a circle around the well, their weapons abandoned, their armor seeming suddenly too heavy for their shoulders. The woman began to share the ancient stories, the forgotten histories that lived in these stones. She spoke of a time before the church, when the old gods still walked among mortals, when magic was as common as breathing, when the boundary between life and death was as permeable as morning mist. "This well," she said, gesturing to the dark opening at the center of the courtyard, "was once a sacred spring, a place where the water spirits dwelled, where lovers came to pledge their vows, where the dying came to find peace. It has been blessed by 1,000 faiths and cursed by those who feared its power. I found myself drawn closer, no longer content to watch from the shadows." The woman's words had awakened something in me, a hunger for knowledge, for understanding, for connection to something greater than the mundane world of daylight and commerce. As I approached the circle, the woman smiled at me, and I realized she had known of my presence all along. "Welcome, seeker," she said. "You have been drawn here for a reason, as have we all." The young man looked up at me, his face transformed by what he had experienced. "I was a soldier," he said. "I killed in the name of God, I burned homes, I took lives, but I never understood what I was destroying. I never saw the beauty in what I called evil." The old man nodded slowly. "We all carry the weight of our choices," he said. "The question is not whether we can be forgiven, but whether we can learn to forgive ourselves, whether we can find the courage to change." The woman stood and walked to the edge of the well. Looking down into its depths, she began to sing, not with words but with sounds that seemed to come from the earth itself, a melody that spoke of water and stone, of time and change, of the eternal dance between creation and destruction. As she sang, the water far below began to glow, faint at first, then brighter, until it seemed as if stars had fallen into the depths and were shining up at us through the darkness. The spectral figures that had been circling the well began to fade, not disappearing, but becoming part of the stones themselves, their essence absorbed into the very fabric of the place, their stories becoming part of its eternal memory. As the night deepened, the courtyard became a place of pilgrimage. Word had somehow spread through the hidden networks of the city, and others began to arrive. They came quietly, respectfully, drawn by the same mysterious call that had brought us all here. There was the baker whose bread had been blessed by an old woman, who some called a witch, the metal worker whose scarred hands could forge beauty from the roughest iron, the midwife who had delivered children while whispering prayers in languages the church had tried to erase. Each brought their own story, their own connection to the hidden world that existed in the spaces between, the cracks in the official reality, the places where truth lived in its raw and unfiltered form. The woman's ritual continued, but now it included all who were present, a ceremony of remembrance for all the souls who had found their way to these forgotten alleys. She moved among us, touching each forehead with water from the ancient well, water that had been flowing beneath the city for 1,000 years, water that had witnessed everything and judged nothing. As she touched me, I felt a rush of images, memories that weren't my own, visions of the city as it had been centuries ago, when the alleys were filled with merchants from distant lands, when scholars met in secret to discuss forbidden knowledge, when lovers pledged their hearts under stars that seemed closer to the earth. I saw the great fires that had swept through the city, consuming libraries and workshops, destroying in days what had taken generations to build. I saw the aftermath, the survivors picking through the ruins, salvaging what they could, hiding what they must, keeping the flame of knowledge alive in whatever way they could. The old man began to speak, his voice carrying the authority of one who had lived through many changes, who had seen empires rise and fall, who had learned that the only constant was change itself. "Every stone tells a story," he said, his gnarled hands gesturing to the walls around us. "Every shadow holds a memory. In the daylight world, people forget that the dead still walk among us. But here in these places where the veil is thin, we remember." The young man who had once been a soldier stood up, his face transformed by what he had experienced. "I want to learn," he said. "I want to understand what I've been fighting against, what I've been destroying. I want to help preserve what's left." The woman smiled at him, and I could see that she had been waiting for this moment, hoping for it, working toward it through all the long years of hiding and persecution. "The path of the Guardian is not an easy one," she warned. "It requires sacrifice, dedication, the willingness to live between worlds, to be neither fully of the light nor of the darkness, but something else entirely." The former leader of the armed men knelt before the well, his hands pressed against the ancient stones. "I have spent my life serving what I thought was God," he said, "but I see now that I was serving only fear, only the desire to control, to reduce the infinite mystery of existence to simple answers." "God is not diminished by mystery," the woman replied gently. "The divine is large enough to contain all truths, all paths, all ways of seeking meaning. What we call heresy, others call prayer. What we call darkness, others call home." The metal worker spoke from the shadows, his scarred face reflecting the candlelight. "I have forged weapons of war, tools of destruction, but I have also made things of beauty, objects that sing with their own inner light. The same fire that destroys can also create." The midwife stepped forward, her hands stained with the blood of 1,000 births. "I have helped life enter this world, and I have eased the passage of those leaving it. I have seen the moment when soul meets flesh, and the moment when they part. There is no evil in it, only the eternal dance of becoming." One by one, the gathered souls began to share their own stories, tales of love lost and found, of sins committed and forgiven, of moments of grace that had come to them in the darkness of these ancient alleys. The baker spoke of bread that had fed both saints and sinners, of yeast that transformed flour into nourishment, of the simple miracle of feeding the hungry, regardless of their faith or station. A young woman I hadn't noticed before stepped into the circle, her face marked by tears, her voice barely above a whisper. "I have loved one who was forbidden to me, and I have been cast out, called unnatural, told that my heart was an abomination." The woman who led the ritual took the young woman's hands. "Love is never an abomination," she said firmly. "It is the most sacred force in the universe, the power that creates and sustains all life. Those who condemn love in the name of God understand neither love nor God." The night air grew warmer, as if the very stones were radiating heat, the heat of human connection, of understanding, of souls recognizing their kinship across the boundaries of faith and fear. A child appeared at the edge of the courtyard, drawn by the light and warmth, his eyes wide with wonder but unafraid. The woman gestured for him to come forward, and he approached with the fearless curiosity of the young. "What is this place?" he asked, his voice clear and bright in the hushed atmosphere. "This is a place of truth," the woman replied, kneeling to meet his eyes. "A place where all stories are welcome, where all souls can find rest, where the darkness is not something to fear, but something to embrace." The child nodded as if this made perfect sense, and I realized that children, in their innocence, could see truths that adults had forgotten, could accept mysteries that educated minds rejected. "Let yourself sink deeper. Once upon a time," she began, "there was a city where people forgot how to dream. They built walls around their hearts and locked away their capacity for wonder. But in the forgotten places, in the spaces between, the dreams survived, waiting for someone brave enough to remember." As she spoke, I felt the truth of her words, felt how the city above us had indeed forgotten how to dream, how to wonder, how to see the magic that existed in every moment, in every breath, in every heartbeat. But here, in these ancient alleys, the magic lived on, preserved by those who had chosen to remain, to guard the mysteries, to keep the flame of wonder burning for those who would come after. The child listened with rapt attention, his face glowing in the candlelight, and I could see that he understood, that he would carry this story with him, that he would remember this place, this moment, this glimpse of the world as it could be. As dawn approached, the ritual drew to a close. The woman blessed each person in the circle, touching their foreheads with water from the ancient well, water that carried the memories of all who had drunk from it, all who had found sustenance in its depths. "Remember," she said, as the first light touched the alley walls, "what you have learned here tonight. The darkness is not empty. It is full of stories, full of souls who are waiting to be acknowledged, to be remembered, to be loved." The candles began to dim, not extinguished, but fading naturally as the sun rose, their work complete, their purpose fulfilled. The spectral figures that had danced around the well became part of the stone once more, their presence felt but not seen. As I prepared to leave, the woman approached me, her eyes now their natural color, brown as earth, warm as summer rain. "You have been given a gift," she said, "the gift of sight, of understanding, of connection to the hidden world. Use it wisely, share it carefully. Remember that some truths are too precious to be spoken carelessly." I nodded, knowing that I would carry this night with me forever, that it would change how I saw the world, how I understood the relationship between light and darkness, between what is revealed and what is hidden. As I walked back through the twisting alleys, I carried with me the weight of all those stories, all those souls, all those moments of grace and revelation that had played out in these forgotten places. The stones beneath my feet felt different now, warmer, more alive, as if they were welcoming me home. The morning light grew stronger, transforming the mysterious shadows into ordinary doorways and windows. But I knew that the mystery hadn't disappeared. It had simply returned to its hiding places, waiting for the next seeker, the next soul ready to look beyond the surface of things. And you, as you drift towards sleep, know that you too are part of this ancient story, that your dreams will carry you through these timeless alleys, where every shadow holds a secret, every whisper carries wisdom, and every soul finds its way home. The alleys call to you now, in the space between waking and sleeping, in the realm where all stories are true, where all souls are connected, where the darkness is not something to fear, but something to embrace. Rest deeply, and remember. The door creaked open slowly, not to welcome me, but as if to test whether I belonged in this place. This moment suspended between worlds. Breathe deeply now, and step inside with me. The air inside was thick, smoke from the hearth, sweat, and 1,000 stories pressed into the stone walls, stories that had soaked into the very mortar, waiting to be remembered. The fire crackled low in the fireplace, casting soft shadows on everyone's face, making them all look a little older, or maybe just more tired, more weathered by time. I took a seat in the corner, unnoticed by most, becoming part of the shadows, part of the quiet. There was a long wooden table nearby, filled with men talking in low voices, their backs turned to me, their words like distant thunder, meaningful but unclear. On the wall hung a faded crest, half burned, perhaps in some fight long forgotten, a remnant of battles that time had softened into memory. And behind the bar stood a man, with a beard down to his chest, and eyes that seemed to have seen the end of the world, and chosen to stay anyway, chosen to tend this place, this sanctuary. "New faces always arrive late," he muttered, without looking, his voice like old leather, like wisdom earned through years of watching. "Only the ones searching, or fleeing, come past midnight." I didn't answer, I couldn't. The words were caught somewhere between my heart and my throat. I ordered a drink instead, my hand trembling slightly. Maybe from cold, maybe from memory, maybe from the weight of all the nights that had led me here. Let your breathing slow, feel the warmth of this place, the safety of shadows. No one was loud, no one laughed. This was a place of watching, of waiting, and of things left unsaid, things that lived in the spaces between words. The silence here wasn't empty, it was full, full of understanding, full of stories that didn't need to be spoken, only felt. Then she entered, like a memory becoming flesh, a woman in a dark brown cloak, her movements graceful, purposeful. Her eyes were sharp, but not unkind, eyes that had seen much, and judged little. A scar traced across her forehead, fading under her hairline, a mark of some long ago courage, or perhaps some long ago mistake. She sat beside me without asking, as if she had always been meant to sit there, as if the chair had been waiting, just for her. "Your first time here," she said, her voice like honey, like secrets. I nodded, unable to find words, unable to break the spell of this moment. "Don't lie," she said with a slight smile, a smile that held sadness and warmth in equal measure. "No one finds this place by accident." Then she whispered, leaning close, her breath warm against my ear. "Here stories aren't told with words, they're told in blood, in silence, in the spaces between heartbeats. Rest now, let this truth settle into your bones." I looked around, really looked for the first time. A man at the far table tapped the edge of his knife against the wood. Tick, 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 not impatient, just inevitable, like time itself, like fate approaching on silent feet. Two others stared at their drinks, like they held secrets, or regrets, or both, their faces reflected in the amber liquid, distorted, haunted. Why do people fight, really? The question hung in the air, unspoken but understood. Pride, shame, or maybe just to silence something inside themselves, even for a moment, to quiet the voices that never sleep. Hours passed slowly, like honey, like dreams. Drinks grew stronger, eyes grew darker, and something was building, like a storm approaching from a great distance. And then, a chair fell over, the sound sharp in the soft silence, like a gunshot. The door creaked open slowly, not to welcome me, but as if to test whether I belonged in this place, this moment suspended between worlds. Breathe deeply now, and step inside with me. The air inside was thick, smoke from the hearth, sweat, and 1,000 stories pressed into the stone walls, stories that had soaked into the very mortar, waiting to be remembered. The fire crackled low in the fireplace, casting soft shadows on everyone's face, making them all look a little older, or maybe just more tired, more weathered by time. I took a seat in the corner, unnoticed by most, becoming part of the shadows, part of the quiet. There was a long wooden table nearby, filled with men talking in low voices, their backs turned to me, their words like distant thunder, meaningful but unclear. On the wall hung a faded crest, half burned, perhaps in some fight long forgotten, a remnant of battles that time had softened into memory. And behind the bar stood a man, with a beard down to his chest, and eyes that seemed to have seen the end of the world, and chosen to stay anyway, chosen to tend this place, this sanctuary. "New faces always arrive late," he muttered, without looking, his voice like old leather, like wisdom, earned through years of watching. "Only the ones searching, or fleeing, come past midnight." I didn't answer. I couldn't. The words were caught somewhere between my heart and my throat. I ordered a drink instead, my hand trembling slightly, maybe from cold, maybe from memory, maybe from the weight of all the nights that had led me here. Let your breathing slow, feel the warmth of this place, the safety of shadows. No one was loud, no one laughed. This was a place of watching, of waiting, and of things left unsaid, things that lived in the spaces between words. The silence here wasn't empty, it was full, full of understanding, full of stories that didn't need to be spoken, only felt. Then she entered, like a memory becoming flesh. A woman in a dark brown cloak, her movements graceful, purposeful. Her eyes were sharp, but not unkind, eyes that had seen much, and judged little. A scar traced across her forehead, fading under her hairline, a mark of some long ago courage, or perhaps some long ago mistake. She sat beside me without asking, as if she had always been meant to sit there, as if the chair had been waiting, just for her. "Your first time here," she said, her voice like honey, like secrets. I nodded, unable to find words, unable to break the spell of this moment. "Don't lie," she said, with a slight smile, a smile that held sadness and warmth in equal measure. "No one finds this place by accident." Then she whispered, leaning close, her breath warm against my ear. "Here, stories aren't told with words, they're told in blood, in silence, in the spaces between heartbeats. Rest now, let this truth settle into your bones." I looked around, really looked for the first time. A man at the far table tapped the edge of his knife against the wood. Tick, 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 not impatient, just inevitable, like time itself, like fate approaching on silent feet. 2 others stared at their drinks, like they held secrets or regrets, or both, their faces reflected in the amber liquid, distorted, haunted. Why do people fight, really? The question hung in the air, unspoken but understood. Pride, shame, or maybe just to silence something inside themselves, even for a moment, to quiet the voices that never sleep. Hours passed slowly, like honey, like dreams. Drinks grew stronger, eyes grew darker, and something was building, like a storm approaching from a great distance. And then, a chair fell over, the sound sharp in the soft silence, like a gunshot, like a bell tolling. One man shouted, but not in anger, in pain, in recognition. Another stood, slowly, heavily, as if the weight of years was upon his shoulders. The bar fell silent, not fearful, not excited, just still, like the moment before dawn, like the pause between breaths. This wasn't just a fight. I could feel it. We all could. This was the unraveling of something old, something that had been wound tight for years, decades perhaps. An argument written in silence, in glances, in the space between words, now clawing its way into the open, demanding to be seen, to be finished. Breathe with me now. Feel the weight of this moment, the inevitability. The first punch wasn't angry, it was sorrowful, filled with regret, with love gone wrong, with words never spoken. The second was clumsy, like hesitation, had finally lost its battle with necessity, like time itself had grown tired of waiting. The fight wasn't between enemies, oh no, it was between memories, between what was and what might have been. They moved like dancers, like brothers, like men who had known each other since childhood, who had shared bread, shared dreams, shared disappointments. The woman beside me whispered, her voice barely audible, like wind through leaves. We used to sing together once, before all this, before the world changed, before words became weapons. That was all she said, and it was enough. It was everything. Let the silence hold you now, let it carry you deeper. The fight continued, but it was different now. I could see it. We all could. This wasn't about winning, it was about release, about letting go of something that had been carried too long. They struck each other not with hatred, but with the weight of things unspoken, with the burden of love unexpressed, with the grief of friendship lost. And when they paused, breathless, bloody, they weren't enemies anymore. They were boys again. Sons, friends, brothers perhaps, connected by something deeper than anger, deeper than pain. No one clapped, no one stepped in, because everyone understood. This was their story to finish, their burden to release, their peace to find. The bar owner approached, his movements gentle, respectful. He lifted the fallen chair, set it gently back in place, and said, his voice barely above a whisper, "There's no need to say it anymore." The whole room understood. Some stories once fought never need to be spoken again. They live in the heart, in the memory, in the space between souls. Can I ask you something? As you drift deeper into sleep, have you ever forgiven someone without words, not because they asked, but because the silence between you had become too heavy, too painful to carry? That's what this night was, a laying down of burdens, a quiet forgiveness, a gentle letting go. They sat apart after that. One stared into the embers, watching the fire die, watching the past turn to ash. The other stepped outside into the rain, letting the night wash him clean, letting the water carry away what needed to be carried. And the woman, she watched him go, then whispered, her voice like prayer, like prophecy. No one ever leaves this place with company, only pieces of themselves, the pieces they're ready to release. I stayed after the others had gone, held by something I couldn't name, something that felt like home, like belonging. The fire was dying, so were the stories, fading into ember and ash, into memory and dream. The tavern was heavy with sleep, not just of bodies, but of past lives, of old sorrows finally laid to rest, of peace found in the most unlikely places. The bar owner cleaned in silence, his movements ritualistic, sacred almost, tending to this place, this sanctuary, this heaven for the lost and searching. The woman was gone, vanished like mist, like a dream upon waking. Only the ghost of her voice lingered in my ear, like a blessing, like a promise. I stepped outside just before dawn, the night releasing me, gently, reluctantly. The streets were still empty, waiting for morning, waiting for the world to wake. The fog had thinned, but the chill had settled deeper now, into my bones, into my soul. I looked back at the dog's fang. Its windows were dark, its door was closed, but the warmth remained, the memory, the gift it had given me. But I swear, I still heard a laugh inside, a whisper, or maybe it was just the wind, maybe it was just my heart. Remembering, close your eyes again, deeper now, let yourself drift. Tell me, were you really there? Did you walk into that tavern with me? Did you feel the warmth of the fire, the weight of the stories, the peace of the silence? Or did I dream the whole thing for you, weave it from moonlight and memory, from the space between sleep and waking? Maybe that place doesn't exist. Maybe the fight never happened. Maybe the woman with the scar was just a shadow I imagined, a voice I needed to hear. But if it did happen, if there's a place that only opens to the lost, the tired, the searching, would you go? Would you fight your own battles, face your own ghosts, find your own peace? Would you forgive, without words, without conditions, without fear? Or would you just sit in silence and let the past unfold like smoke? Let it drift away on the night wind. Let it become what it was always meant to be, just a story, just a dream. Take a deep breath now. Let the night carry you. Let it hold you. Let it heal you. This story is over, but something remains, not a memory, not a lesson, just a presence, a warmth, a peace. Maybe it was real. Maybe it was just a dream that time forgot. But maybe, just maybe, that's enough. Let yourself sleep now. Let the tavern fade. Let the night embrace you. Let the morning find you peaceful, healed, whole. The dog's fang will be there waiting, whenever you need it, whenever you're ready to let go, to forgive, to find your way home. Sleep now, sleep deeply, sleep peacefully, and dream. Dream of places where stories live, where healing happens, where peace is found. In the silence between heartbeats, in the space between breaths, in the love that needs no words. Sleep. Close your eyes and let your breath grow slow and steady. Feel yourself sinking deeper into comfort as we journey together back through the mists of time, back to a world where church bells rang across cobblestone streets and candlelight flickered against stone walls. We're traveling to the year 1212, to a Europe where faith and wonder walked hand in hand, where children believed they could move mountains with pure hearts alone. Picture yourself standing in a quiet village square in northern France. The morning mist clings to the thatched roofs, and you can hear the gentle lowing of cattle in distant fields. The air smells of fresh bread and wood smoke, of herbs growing in monastery gardens. This is a world where every sunrise brings the promise of miracles, where the line between the earthly and the divine feels as thin as gossamer threads. Imagine yourself as a young person in this medieval world. Your days are filled with simple rhythms, the sound of your mother's spinning wheel, the call of the rooster at dawn, the evening prayers that float like music through your small window. You know every stone in your village street, every face that passes by your door. Your world is small, but it feels infinite with possibility. In this time, stories travel like seeds on the wind. Merchants bring tales from distant lands, pilgrims share visions of the Holy Land, and troubadours sing of knights in shining armor. You've heard of Jerusalem, that golden city far across the sea, where Christ himself once walked. You've listened to stories of the Crusades, of brave knights who sailed across the Mediterranean to reclaim the sacred places. These tales fill your dreams with images of white stones glowing in desert sun, of ancient olive trees and holy wells. But now, something new is stirring. A whisper passes from village to village, from child to child. They say a boy has seen a vision. They say Christ himself appeared to a young shepherd, asking not for armed knights this time, but for pure hearts, children's hearts, hearts untainted by the world's corruption. Can you feel the excitement beginning to build? Like the first warm breeze of spring, hope begins to bloom in young hearts across the countryside. Close your eyes and let yourself feel that innocent faith, that beautiful certainty that anything is possible when your intentions are pure. In the small village of Cloys, near the town of Churs, there lived a boy named Stephen. He was perhaps 12 years old, with sun-darkened skin from working in the fields and eyes that held an unusual brightness. Stephen tended sheep on the rolling hills outside his village, spending long hours alone with his flock, watching clouds drift across the endless sky. Imagine Stephen on that fateful day in May. The meadow grass is dotted with wildflowers, red poppies, blue cornflowers, white daisies that seem to glow in the afternoon light. His sheep graze peacefully nearby, their bells creating a gentle music that mingles with the sound of bees and distant church bells. Stephen sits beneath an ancient oak tree, perhaps dozing in the warm sun, when suddenly everything changes. Picture the light growing brighter, not harsh but impossibly soft, like sunlight filtered through the finest silk. The air itself seems to shimmer, and there, walking toward him across the meadow, is a figure in white robes. The man's face is kind but bears the marks of suffering, and his eyes hold depths of compassion that seem to encompass all the world's pain and joy. "Stephen," the figure says, and his voice is like gentle rain on thirsty earth. "I have a task for you, my child." Can you imagine Stephen's wonder, his heart pounding not with fear, but with overwhelming love? The figure explains that the Holy Land suffers under the rule of those who do not know God's love. But this time, Christ says, the victory will not come through sword and shield. It will come through innocence, through faith so pure, it can move mountains and part seas. "Gather the children," the figure tells Stephen. "Lead them to the sea, and the waters will part as they did for Moses. The Holy Land awaits those whose hearts are clean." And then, as gently as he came, the figure fades like morning mist, leaving Stephen alone in the meadow, with his sheep, and a mission that will change everything. Feel the excitement ripple outward from that small village, like stones thrown into still water. Stephen doesn't hesitate. How could he? He has seen the face of divine love itself. He begins to speak, first to the children in his own village, then to those in neighboring towns. His words carry a power that adults don't understand, but children recognize immediately. When Stephen speaks of the vision, his face glows with inner light. When he describes the Holy Land, listeners can almost smell the frankincense and myrrh, can almost hear the ancient hymns echoing off Jerusalem's walls. "Come with me," Stephen says to each child he meets. "Come and help free the Holy Land. We don't need armor or weapons. We have something more powerful. We have hearts that believe." Picture these medieval children as they hear Stephen's call. There's Marie, a baker's daughter with flour always dusting her apron, whose eyes light up at the thought of seeing the places where angels once announced Christ's birth. There's Jean, a stonecutter's son whose hands are already rough from learning his trade, who dreams of touching the walls of the Holy Sepulchre. There's little Anne, barely 8 years old, who clutches her wooden doll and whispers that she wants to give flowers to the Virgin Mary in Bethlehem. The children don't see the impossibility of the journey. They don't calculate distances or consider provisions. They see only the beautiful possibility of walking where their Savior once walked, of bringing peace through love instead of war. Do you remember what it felt like to believe so completely in something? To feel that pure certainty that right would triumph simply because it was right? Let yourself sink into that feeling as we watch these medieval children prepare for their great adventure. By June of 1212, thousands of children have gathered around Stephen. They come from farms and villages, from merchants' houses and peasants' cottages. Some are as young as 6, others as old as 16. They carry small bundles of belongings, or a change of clothes, a crust of bread, a treasured wooden cross or a prayer book. The scene is both heartbreaking and beautiful. Picture the crowds gathering in the fields around Cloys. Children sit in circles, sharing their simple meals, teaching each other songs they learned in their home villages. They braid flowers into crowns and share stories of the miracles they're sure they'll witness. At night, they sleep under the stars, curled up together for warmth, whispering prayers and dreams. Stephen moves among them like a young prophet, his eyes still bright with the vision he's seen. He speaks of the moment when they'll reach the Mediterranean, when the sea will part before them like a great blue curtain. He describes the journey across the sea floor, with walls of water rising on either side, fish swimming in the liquid walls like living jewels. And when we reach the Holy Land, Stephen tells them, the very stones will sing with joy. The olive trees will bow their branches in greeting. The infidels will see our pure hearts and lay down their weapons, accepting Christ's love. But not everyone shares the children's enthusiasm. Picture the parents who discover their children missing, who ride frantically from village to village, searching for their little ones. Imagine the priests who argue whether this is divine inspiration or dangerous delusion. Some adults try to stop the children, pleading with them to return home. Others, moved by the children's faith, offer them food and shelter along the way. King Philip Augustus of France himself tries to intervene. He sends messengers to the gathering, ordering the children to return to their homes. But how can royal commands compete with what these children believe is a divine calling? They listen politely and continue their preparations. As you lie here in the quiet darkness, can you feel the tension building, the mixture of hope and worry, of faith and fear that surrounds this gathering of innocents? In the warm days of late June, the great procession finally begins. Picture the scene as thousands of children start walking south toward the Mediterranean. They move like a river of youth, flowing across the French countryside, singing hymns and carrying banners with crosses sewn by their own young hands. At the front walks Stephen, now seen by his followers as a young saint. He carries a simple wooden cross and wears a rough brown robe. His face is serious now, weighted with the responsibility of leading so many souls. Behind him walk the children, organized loosely by age and village, but all united in their common purpose. The procession is both magnificent and heartbreaking. These children have given up everything familiar, their homes, their families, their daily routines, for a dream of peace and pilgrimage. They own nothing but their faith and the few belongings they can carry, yet they sing as they walk, their voices rising in harmonies that seem to make the very air shimmer with hope. Imagine walking among them. Feel the dust of the road beneath your feet, the warm sun on your shoulders. Listen to the gentle murmur of thousands of young voices sharing prayers and stories. See the way they help each other when the smaller children grow tired, how they share their meager food without thought of tomorrow. The French countryside rolls past them like a green tapestry, fields of grain swaying in the breeze, vineyards heavy with summer fruit, forests where dappled sunlight filters through ancient trees. They pass village after village, sometimes welcomed with gifts of bread and water, sometimes watched with worried silence by adults who don't understand their mission. As they walk, the children tell each other stories of the Holy Land. They speak of the Sea of Galilee, where Christ walked on water, of the Mount of Olives, where he prayed before his crucifixion. They imagine the Garden of Gethsemane, where they'll pick flowers that once bloomed beneath their Savior's feet. But the journey is harder than they imagined. The summer sun beats down mercilessly, and their simple sandals wear thin on the rocky roads. Some children fall ill from the heat and exhaustion. Others, especially the youngest, begin to cry for their mothers. The first doubts creep in like shadows at the edges of their bright faith. Stephen tries to keep their spirits up, reminding them of the miracle that awaits at the sea. But even he sometimes looks tired, older than his years, as if the weight of so many trusting hearts is almost too much to bear. As the procession moves deeper into southern France, the challenges multiply. Picture the scene as the children face their first real test of faith. The summer heat grows oppressive, and water becomes scarce. Their simple provisions run out, and hunger gnaws at their bellies. Some children collapse by the roadside, too weak to continue. It's in these moments that you see the true character of these young crusaders. The older children carry the younger ones on their shoulders. They share their last crusts of bread with those who have none. When little Anne falls ill with fever, the other children gather around her, singing soft lullabies and bathing her burning forehead with cool water from a roadside stream. But tragedy strikes the procession. Some children, weakened by hunger and heat, simply cannot continue. They fall by the wayside, their young bodies giving out before their spirits do. The others gather around their fallen friends, weeping and praying, then carefully bury them by the roadside with small crosses made from twigs and wildflowers. Can you imagine the grief of these children? The way their bright certainty begins to fracture, like sunlight through broken glass. Some turn back, walking sadly toward home with tears streaming down their dusty faces. Others press on, clinging to Stephen's promises, even as doubt whispers in their hearts. The adults they encounter along the way react with increasing alarm. Some try to help, offering food and medical care. Others chase the children away, seeing them as a dangerous disruption to the ordered world. A few unscrupulous merchants begin to follow the procession, sensing opportunity in the children's desperation. Two men in particular attach themselves to the group, Hugh the Iron and William the Pig, they call themselves. They claim to be devout Christians moved by the children's faith, but their eyes hold a calculating gleam that speaks of darker motives. They offer the children food and encouragement, always staying close to Stephen, whispering advice in his ear. Don't worry about the difficulties, Hugh tells Stephen as they walk. Every great quest requires sacrifice. Think of the glory that awaits when you succeed. The sea will part, William assures him, and will be there to witness the miracle, to help you guide the children across. But you can sense something wrong in their eagerness, something that makes your heart uneasy even as you hope for the best. After weeks of walking, the procession finally approaches the Mediterranean Sea. Picture the moment when the children first catch sight of the water, that vast blue expanse stretching to the horizon, sparkling under the summer sun like a million scattered diamonds. The children's excitement is palpable. They've walked hundreds of miles for this moment, endured hunger and heat and heartbreak, all for the promise of this miracle. They rush toward the water's edge, their faces bright with anticipation, their voices raised in songs of praise. Stephen stands at the front of the group, his arms raised toward the sea. The children gather behind him. Thousands of young faces turn toward the water with expressions of absolute trust. This is the moment everything has been building toward, moment when faith will be rewarded, when the impossible will become possible. Behold, Stephen calls out, his voice carrying across the water, the sea that will part for us, as it did for Moses, the path to the Holy Land that God has prepared for his faithful children. The children hold their breath, the sun beats down on the still water, seabirds cry overhead, and small waves lap gently against the shore. They wait for the miracle, for the water to divide, for the path to Jerusalem to reveal itself. But the sea remains unchanged. The blue water stretches unbroken to the horizon. No walls of water rise up. No dry path appears. The Mediterranean continues its eternal rhythm, indifferent to the prayers and hopes of the thousands of children gathered on its shore. Minutes pass, then hours. The children begin to shift restlessly, their bright certainty wavering like candle flames in the wind. Some begin to weep quiet, others fall to their knees in prayer, begging God to remember his promise. Stephen stares at the water, his face a mask of confusion and growing despair. Everything he believed, everything he's led these children to believe, hangs in the balance of this moment. The vision seems so real, the promise so clear, but the sea remains stubbornly, impossibly solid. As the sun begins to set, painting the water in shades of gold and crimson, the terrible truth begins to dawn. There will be no miracle, no parting of the waters, no easy path to the Holy Land. The children are stranded on a foreign shore, thousands of miles from home, with no way forward and no way back. It's in this moment of crushing disappointment that Hugh the Iron and William the Pig step forward with their offer. Picture them approaching Stephen as he stands devastated on the beach, his young face streaked with tears of disbelief. "Don't despair," Hugh says, his voice smooth as honey. "Perhaps God intends a different path. We know of ships, good Christian vessels, whose captains would be honored to carry such faithful children to the Holy Land." William nods eagerly. 7 ships, he says, strong ships that can carry all the children safely across the Mediterranean. The captains are devout men who believe in your mission. They'll ask for no payment except the blessing of helping God's work. Stephen looks up at them with desperate hope. These men have been kind to the children, have helped them along the way. Surely they can be trusted. And what choice does he have? He can't lead the children back across France. Many are too weak, too sick, too heartbroken to make the journey. But perhaps this is God's plan after all. Perhaps the miracle is not the parting of the sea, but the provision of ships to carry them across. The ships are waiting in the harbor, Hugh continues. Clean vessels with experienced crews. The children will be safe and comfortable during the crossing. Think of their joy when they see the shores of the Holy Land. Can you feel Stephen's desperation, his need to believe that the mission isn't a complete failure, but somehow God's plan can still unfold? He's just a boy himself, barely 13, carrying the weight of thousands of trusting hearts. In his exhaustion and disappointment, the merchant's offer seems like salvation. The children gather around as Stephen announces the new plan. Some are relieved, they'll still reach the Holy Land, still fulfill their sacred mission. Others are uneasy. The ships look dark and foreign, and the sailors who crew them have hard faces and calculating eyes. But they trust Stephen, and Stephen trusts the merchants who have been so kind. The next morning dawns grey and misty. Picture the scene at the harbor as the children are divided into groups and led toward the 7 ships waiting in the bay. The vessels are larger than anything most of these rural children have ever seen. Dark hulls rising from the water like floating fortresses, their sails furled, their crews preparing for departure. The children clutch their few belongings as they're herded up the gangplanks. Some are excited, chattering about the adventure ahead. Others are frightened by the unfamiliar sounds and smells of the harbor, the creak of rope and timber, the salt tang of the sea, the rough voices of the sailors. Little Anne, still weak from her fever, holds tightly to her wooden doll as she climbs aboard. Jean, the stonecutter's son, looks back toward the shore with sudden longing for his father's workshop. Marie, the baker's daughter, whispers prayers under her breath, asking God to protect them on the water. The ships are cramped and dark below deck. The children are packed together in spaces meant for cargo, not passengers. There's little food, less water, and no provisions for the sick. But the merchants assure Stephen that the journey will be short, just a few days across the Mediterranean to the Holy Land. Don't worry, Hugh tells Stephen as they watch the children being loaded. They'll be singing hymns on the shores of Palestine before the week is out. Stephen nods, but something cold has settled in his stomach. The reality of what they're doing, putting thousands of children on ships bound for unknown destinations, suddenly seems overwhelming. But it's too late to turn back now. The children are already aboard, the crews are preparing to sail, and the merchants are urging haste. As the ships begin to move out of the harbor, the children crowd the rails to wave goodbye to the shore. Some are crying, suddenly homesick now that they're leaving solid ground behind. Others sing hymns, their young voices carrying across the water like prayers set to music. Stephen stands on the deck of the lead ship, watching the coastline of France fade into the distance. He's done what he believed God asked of him, gathered the children, led them to the sea, found a way to get them to the Holy Land. But the weight of responsibility sits heavy on his shoulders, and doubt gnaws at his heart like a hungry rat. The Mediterranean, so calm and beautiful from the shore, proves treacherous once the ships reach open water. Picture the scene as the weather begins to turn. Grey clouds gather on the horizon, and the wind picks up, causing the ships to rock and pitch in ways that make the children sick with fear and nausea.